know I'm a player, I ain't contemplate. Now you on a vacay, hotel, heartbreak, champagne all day on me. Oh yeah, Miami with your friends, you ain't worried about me. Got a room with a suite, so drunk, lose a key. And I know we ain't over, so the ring you can keep. Ay, we be right back tomorrow night. Yeah, it's for life, you know we ride or die. Yeah, single for the night, but you still mine. And I'ma chill with this shorty just to kill the time, you know.
I'm just telling it like it is. I'm just telling it, telling it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me invite you to another wonderful day at Unicorn Stables in Hungary at the European Ponies Dressage Championships 2020. After the amazing Ponies Team Championships last day, we're now starting with the Ponies individual test, the competition that runs to the individual medals. Let us welcome our judges. At E, Mrs. Ozsaya Hilja from Hungary. At H, Mr. Eduard de Wolf van Westerrode from the Netherlands.
Well, a very good morning to you all, and a warm welcome here to the FEI Youth Dressage European Championships of 2020. We are set for more action here for these FEI Pony European Dressage Championships. This is the opening session for the FEI Pony individual title. We've enjoyed over the previous 2 days what has been the team competition that, of course, saw Germany and their quartet come out taking the gold ahead of Denmark, who took the silver, and the Netherlands, who took the team bronze. Very close competition throughout, but come the end, Germany stretching clear with some fabulous performances. But with this first session, the individual run over the 2 days, yesterday and tomorrow, in front of our 5 judges: Ozsaya Hilja, Eduard de Wolf de Westerrode, Ulrik Neville, Paula Nieston, and Eve-Marie Vint-Warmington. The first to come forward, it is for Italy. Now, Italy, difficult time in the team competition, finished in 11th place. But this is Virginia Spalloni riding here with Adret D. Nice start. So coming to the first of the double collective marks here with this half pass to the right, where they go to B, and then they'll come back to the left to the centre line. Again, in the half pass to the left this time, again, this is double collective. Just need to watch they don't lose the bend. Just try and keep the contact a little bit steadier, especially there to the left. Things needed to be a bit more balanced. So just finishing the shoulder in there. Need a little bit more impulsion. Now coming to the halt and the rein back. Well, not quite square in the halt, but now going forward into this extended trot movement. So this is the medium walk, then into the collected walk, then into the half pirouette there to the right. Could have done with a little bit more activity. Then they have that medium walk from the transition at C up to the transition to the extended walk at M, which again could have been a little bit more active, but that is a double collective. And then showing here with the extended walk coming across from M, R, X and V. Again, double collective mark as well, and could have perhaps just shown a little more lengthening. It's a busy little test. There's lots to be testing, these young jockeys and these ponies. Now this serpentine with the 2 loops, the first loop in true canter, the second loop in counter canter. And then again a serpentine with 2 loops, the first in the counter canter and the second in the true canter. A little bit more lengthening maybe in the medium canter. And they were perhaps a little early for the simple change of leg. So that collected canter, the simple change at X, again a double collective, could have perhaps been a little bit more forward. Just want to watch they don't lose the canter in that half circle, the 8-metre circle. Again from the collected canter, they've got that simple change of leg again. Just once or twice, just dropping a little bit onto the forehand in this test. And then in the collected trot, down the centre line to the medium trot, back into the collected trot there will come before they reach G for the halt. Just need to be nice and clear in their transitions, keep things nice and straight. But that is the first out, the first to go, and that starts things off. It is Italy that get us underway. They were a counting score for the Italian team yesterday, and far from easy to be the first in the draw to go before the judges here today. But nevertheless, finishing there was Virginia Spinelli, riding Adret D. And here's the first score: 65.811, 64.865, 66.892, 66.081 and 66.216. So we have a total percentage score of 65.973. 65.973. Always slightly difficult to compare between tests, but yesterday she scored 66.4%. So putting in a good average over the 2 competitions, but obviously this now for individual honours. But nice to see a good solid start there. We'll move on, and Belgium will join us next. Now Belgium in the team competition just missed out on the podium. They finished as a team in 4th place, having been in 2nd overnight after the first day of competition, but dropping down with those final performances. The first to go from Belgium is Britt van der Vreije, riding N. Constantino van der Bolkerhova. They again were a counting score for Belgium. Yesterday they scored 71.943%. They were 14th in the rankings in terms of individual performance in the team competition. So that leading opening score, 65.973. Nice solid start. little bit short in the neck in places. A little bit short in the neck again through that shoulder into the left. And was getting a little tight in the rein back. A little bit of hesitation at the start. Now going out into this extended trot movement across that diagonal there. To watch, they show a little bit more lengthening. Need to be a bit steadier in the contact through those walk movements, and the pirouette could have been a little bit more active, just getting a little tense in places. Now coming into these serpentine movements. Again, just wants to be careful they don't get a little bit tight. The walk in the change at that simple change at X was just a little bit hurried. To watch they keep the balance, especially in this second of the circles here at I. Those simple changes so important in terms of your marking with the doubling of the score. Nice extended canter. Final movements. Judge taking the salute at C, and very nice halt to finish things off as well there for Brit van der Rijer there for Belgium. Perhaps just getting a little short in the neck in places. Just needed to be careful that they kept their balance, but nevertheless it seemed to be a good average across those scores that I was watching on the screen with you, and indeed it is the first to push past 70%. So there we have at E 69.865, at H 72.162, at C 72.162 as well, at M 71.757, and at B 71.892. Nice average there to give them 71.568%. 71.568%. So good scoring. And that up there with their best performances previously internationally in the pony individual test. They've only once in their career together scored, or the pony I should say has only once scored higher in their career together. That is of course their third time out. So 71.568. 71.568 sets an early standard. Very, very long way to go though, as we continue over what will be 2 days of competition. Two scores in, 65.973 and 71.568, as we just spend a moment and look for the next to come and join us.
The next rider is on his way, on her way, Chromatun's Fuego, presented by Maria Rybachuk, Ukraine.
Moving our way now, it is for Ukraine. This is Maria Rybak riding here with Chromatun's Fuego, competing here as an individual throughout the course of competition. Just circling around with a couple of moments ahead of our time, so just awaiting the bell to sound. You'll know when it does if you don't hear it, because as you can see, our team out there just step out to remove the board. 12 years of age, this young lady. Really making her international debut here at these European Championships. Scored 63.114% in the pony team test. She'll just be, of course, looking to build on that today and try and ensure they put in a solid performance. Just getting a little bit up and above the bit there through that shoulder in. It's just something they've got to contend with. Just a few resistances coming into play. Again, the pony just fighting her a little bit, and it's just taking her above the bit. Just needs to try and establish that contact a little bit more. Just going to be suffering on her marks for the same reason, because the pony is just fighting her that little bit, is going against the hand, and then you suffer in all sorts of ways. Not only is the pony above the bit, you can't get the bend, you're not showing the balance, and you just has a continual knock-on effect. The pony's got some beautiful paces and very able to do the movements, and that extended trot looked a little bit more relaxed. Again, the pony just getting a little bit resistant in that half pirouette. Lost the rhythm. Pony relaxing a little bit more in the extended walk. But then just resisting a little bit when they come back to picking up the medium walk and then going into that canter, and it just going against the hand, and then the pony gets crooked. Just struggling a little bit there as well with the counter canter. Losing that bend, and then the pony going against the hand, just making things a little bit hurried as well. She's kept her calm. She's done a remarkable job. She hasn't let the issues bother her. She's kept ensuring that she does everything she can to make sure she's in the right place at the right time to try her best to ride these movements accurately. Well, just this final line to go here for Maria. Finishing off as well as she could, and not the easiest of days in the saddle for that young lady with Pilisjászfalu. Just as we saw throughout, it was just a shame where the pony was just resisting her hand a little bit and just kept coming above the bit, and then, as I said earlier, that just has a continual knock-on effect into so many different areas, and whether it be the bend or just then, of course, things tense up, and then she found herself rushing a couple of the movements. But nevertheless, in her international debut, from what I can understand, over the course of these European Championships, she is learning all the time, and it'll be a great experience and one to build upon for the future. Scores will be through in a minute. We'll see where that sits her in the oh, here they are, 56.892 at E, 57.162 at H, 54.595 at C, 57.432 at M, and 57.838 for B. So, final score, it is 56.784, the final score there. And third of the three that we've seen so far. That was Maria Rabach and Pilisjászfalu. Best of the three, that of Belgium's Britt van der Veer and N. Constantino van der Broekhoven, scored 71.568%. It's actually quite fascinating. This morning within the draw, for those of you following us all the way through, you'll find that just in these first couple of sessions, we're going to see three of the German riders that, of course, Germany, who performed so well in the team competition. Also 9:43 this morning, or I should say 10:43 local time. We'll see the combination that topped the individual rankings within the team competition, with the only partnership to break the 80% barrier. So perhaps on paper at the very least, the favourite comes forward in the first day of this FEI Pony individual championship for these European medals. But there is plenty of competition besides. I think it'll be a close run affair between perhaps Germany and Denmark when it comes for the top of that podium, with the performances we saw yesterday. Well, we move on and open the gate for the next. This is for Great Britain. Their sole representative here in Hungary. It is Annabella Pidgley riding Cognac the 9th. She had a very difficult day in the team test. Very, very windy yesterday. You can see it's a lot calmer today. And the pony got spooked on a couple of occasions. She really did a remarkable job to finish things off, but it wasn't an easy day for this 15-year-old British rider. I'm sure she'll be looking for a much more steady and consistent performance here with Cognac today. Not her first Pony European Championship. She rode Cognac last year in Poland and Stockholm, and also rode back as well in her debut Pony Europeans in 2018 on INI. Perhaps wants to be a little bit steadier in the contact in those half passes. Not quite square at the halt. Now coming down into these walk movements, far more consistent than yesterday after those little issues that I explained at the start. She'll be just looking to keep this momentum going now. Just lost the bend a little bit through that half pirouette. I thought the extended walk was nice. Now into these serpentines. Needs to maybe get the pony a little bit more uphill. Oh, she had the wrong canter, didn't she? Oh, the simple change. Just making life a little bit more difficult. Just a little bit of tension now beginning to creep in. Just needs to try and allow things to relax a little. Walk and everything there again, just a little bit hurried in that simple change. little bit of a stumble there. Watching the marks on the screen, they have just with those few little things happening over the last part of this test, just dropped down a tiny bit and just dragged her down by 2 or 3% from where she was for the first half of the test. But it's something I'm sure she'll be very pleased with in terms of improvement day on day. Yesterday was 64.886 with the issues. Today she looks to have scored well over 67%. So that was Annabella Pidgley, and that was Cognac, the 9th, just wrapping up there, the sole British contingent here at these FEI Dressage European Championships here in Hungary. These European Championships Dressage Ponies 2020. Stretching out and relaxing while we wait for the score to come through. Just, of course, lock off from the judges. And here it is at E 66.486, at H 67.297, at C 68.378, at M 67.0703, and at B 69.324. So 67.838% there for Great Britain's Annabella Pidgley, 67.838. Early stages, but currently sits her in second place. The young British contender. So we look towards the warm-up arena. Fabulous facilities here set in this gorgeous setting, and it's been an amazing 3 weeks with all the difficulties that this year has thrown at the world, I think is probably the better way to put it, but certainly equestrian sports had to find its own path, and here in Hungary they have very successfully ensured that all 3 weeks of competition have been so well run. They've made sure that all of the youth European dressage championships can take place, from the children and the juniors through to the young riders and the under 25s, and now culminating here with this, the Pony European Championships. Well, we move on, and this is Rose Oatley. Now this is the first of the German riders. Rose was a counting score. She scored the 3rd highest mark individually across the entirety of the team tests. She was the 2nd highest score within the German team. She rides here with Daddy Moon, does this young lady, and this could be a very representative mark. She was part of the team last year that took bronze and finished 14th individually. She's certainly stepped up through the gears over the past 12 months. Now getting this pony individual test underway. She competed in a pony individual test in Hungary a couple of months ago, scoring 76.649, which I think within pony individual test, from what I can see, was the highest score she'd recorded to date. But this is the Europeans, they step it up a level, and she's certainly looking very strong through the opening movements. Just wants to watch in the hard pass, so she's not hurrying too much, but the beautiful medium trot. Again, very, very neat on that 8-metre turn. Not 100% square if we're looking for absolute perfection. Really does float across the arena. The extended trot, a real high point to me. Yeah, extended trot 8.7. Needs to be careful in the pirouette with the balance. Just started to lose the balance a little bit. Again, very, very nice in that extended this time in the walk. Such a tremendous gait, this horse. And that whole sequence through the medium walk to the canter looked really good. Looked to be very accurate with the simple change. There's no question this young lady is looking to make sure that come the end of this test and championship tomorrow afternoon, when we've seen everybody go through, that she still finds herself on that podium. And she's putting in a fine, fine performance. Very accurate with the 8-metre circle. Oh, I thought the first simple change through that collected canter, which of course is such a key mark, was really good again. Occasionally you could perhaps say the pony gets a little bit straight in the bit short in the neck, sorry. Ooh. Now there was the first mistake. Found herself trotting in the corner, and that of course will have hit her on that double collective mark where we come round there off that simple change, and that will have a big impact. What a shame for that tiny error that will have such a big impact on her overall score. I mean, she's still got a big score coming up, but when it comes to the fine margins that will define who stands on the podium here tomorrow afternoon in terms of the medals, in what was otherwise a foot-perfect performance from Rose Oakley and Daddy Moon, it is such a shame to say that there was just that one error, and you know that it will have, where they just lost the canter coming round the corner and ended up trotting out as they were setting up for the extended canter. But look at that, still a big score, still a very good start. E 77.297, H 77.973, C 78.514, M 73.514, and B 75.946. Certainly sets things up for the moment. Rose Oakley there, 76.649 for the young German talent there with Daddy Moon. So hopefully won't be too despondent over that one little hiccup, because they are a tremendously talented partnership, and they proved it here today in this pony individual championship for the European title of 2020. We've still got another 4 to go before we reach the opening jury break. What is 2 jury breaks during this morning? Over the 2 days, we will see a total of 51 combinations come forward here to compete for these 3 medals. And that's the early target, 76.649. And here comes the next one. Poland. This is Tatiana Bierzna, riding Glückspiels, the combination then riding here for Poland. Poland were here with a team. This partnership were a counting score. The team finished in 6th place in the team competition. They managed to just keep themselves tidily ahead of Ireland in the team scores to finish 6th of the 11 teams, and just a bit behind Austria, who finished ahead of them in 5th. So Tatiana scored 67.629. She was 26th in the individual rankings within the team class yesterday. She's another that has European Pony Championship experience, having ridden on the pony team in Sturdsgom last year with this pony, Glückspiel. She also rode as in the Children's European Championships back in 2018 at Fontainebleau on ride then Romantic. Did qualify for the freestyle last year. She scored 69.459 in this individual competition at the Europeans 12 months ago. Needs to perhaps create a little bit more cadence where she can. Just try to allow things to be a little bit more balanced. Just coming onto the circle after that medium trot, just tilting a little. Could have done with a bit more angle in the shoulder into the left. From here it looks square. Just maybe wanted that pirouette to be a little bit smaller. She sort of lost the balance in the end of it and wasn't as fluent as it needed to be coming out. Just try to get the pony to relax a little bit more, especially in the medium walk. It was just finding that was a little bit hurried as they come now into this extended walk. So the extended walk maybe wanted to be just a little bit more forward marching. They could have found themselves covering the ground a little bit more. Now through these very concentrated serpentine movements with the counter-canter and the simple change. Just wants to create a little bit more jump and fluency. Be careful a little bit of tension doesn't creep in. Especially on those simple changes. This final centre line set of movements to complete. Just needs to keep the collection. And wrapping things up there. Combination riding for Poland then. That was Tatiana Berezna riding with Gluck Spills. First of the Polish riders we see. Just wait for that score. It's a nice test. Sometimes a little bit perhaps short in the neck. But could have perhaps at points just shown a little bit more activity. But good job. Just need a little bit more impulsion maybe going forward. Here's the scores. E 67297, H 69730, C 69054, M 67297, and at B 68919. So into third, 68.459% there for Tatiana. So very nicely done. Third of the scores so far. 76.649 leads. Rose Oatley, Daddy Moon for Germany, have set the early standard here.
The next ponies here, Robinson.
France move forward to join us now in the individual competition here for these European Pony Championships. Rolly Lorabili Biete riding here with Robinson. First of the French riders. The French team in the team competition finished in 9th place. Laurie was a counting score, 64.4%. New partnership, and this rider new to international competition. She's only 14, making her mark here in Hungary. Wants to watch they don't hurry a little bit too much in those circles. try with the half passes, just keep a little bit more cadence. Just every once in a while the contact just becomes a little bit unsteady. Again, the contact just a little bit of an issue there through that shoulder in. Now through the rein back, Penny just coming up a little bit at her. Just needed to be a bit more on the bit there, showing. Now into this walk set of movements. Just could be a little bit more supple, certainly in the pirouette. Allow them to show that rhythm a little bit clearer. Again, just coming up against the bit a little bit there on the transition. Maybe could have lengthened a little more through the medium canter and just try to stay a little bit more rounder. Just need to watch in the next changes, simple changes, they don't hurry. Need that little bit of walk to be prompter. Again, just hurrying a little bit there. They just need to try and get that walk element of the simple change just to relax a little more. And there we have it, just wrapping up with the halt at the end. Just was not quite as straight as they wanted it to be, resting a little leg there at the back. But there we have the combination for France. Lorabelli, Beauty and Robinson waiting for their score to come through. Very well done to her. So I think we'll get that mark now. Here it is. At E, 66.081. At H, 65.405. At C, 65.676. At M, 65.541. and B 64.324. So it is a final percentage score of 65.405, and it goes into 6th place of those that we've seen so far. So 65.405 there for the French combination. 2 more to go before we take a pause, but nevertheless, still at the moment on top it is the partnership from Germany, Rose Oakley and Daddy Moon, 76.649%. What a two to have gone through the 70% barrier alongside Belgium's Britt van der Vreer and N. Constantino van der Broekhoven. So those are your top 2 at the moment. And popping through the gate and heading our way is the next, and it is back to Germany. I did say earlier on we have got the German riders coming early on in terms of, well, 3 of them coming very early in the draw. This is Antonia Roff riding Daily Pleasure WE. Another counting score from the German gold medal winning team. I'll make reference to the fact counting score versus not counting score, because when we talk about Germany, all 4 of their riders in the team yesterday were placed in the top 5 over the individual rankings. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of quite what a team in the world of pony competition they have here in Hungary. So, Daily Pleasure WE yesterday was 75.971 and getting underway now. Going to see, of course, that leading mark, 76.649 from Rose Oakley from the German team. Very, very strong mark. There was just that tiniest of errors, although it was costly because it was on a double collective late on when they broke into trot going into the extended canter. But outside of that, it really was a foot perfect test. So there is the gap, there is the opportunity with a foot perfect test to overtake that score. What can they do? Antonia Roff then and Daily Pleasure. It's a ride she's had just this year. Former ride of Antonia Buschkufner. It was Antonia Buschkufner that rode her at the, or rode this pony at the Europeans last year. Need maybe a bit more engagement on the medium trot. Need to be so precise with their abilities to ride to the markers. Hard to tell with the tail, but I'm not quite sure it was 100% square. Just lost the balance a little bit coming toward the end of that extended trot. Got a little bit short in the neck and could have been a bit more active in that half pirouette, but looked nice in the medium walk from the transition at sea, coming through to that now extended walk. Just watching the scores coming up, I mean high sevens, but not as many floating into the 8s as we perhaps saw with Rose a little earlier. Good balance though through the serpentine. Very nice on that change. Serpentine movement was really, really strong, and you can see now that making a big difference in terms of her score. She needs to keep getting those high marks, that needs to be scoring those averages of 8 for the movements. Again, very nice with the simple change. Again, such a key mark. Those simple changes, something that this partnership look to have very well established and work very, very well. Just getting very strong marks in that part of the A test. Could have been a bit more, shown a bit more, I was going to say, in that extended trot, but now just coming down to finish things off. It's going to be awfully close, but it looks at the moment like she probably has just done enough. I think it'll be that little mistake that we saw from Rose that will make the difference, because of course the mistake came on a double collective as well for the previous German partnership, and I think that should be enough to see Antonia Roff go to the top of the podium as it stands and move into the gold medal position in these early stages, and very much set the standard for what is to come. We've got one more to go before the break, and in fact in that session that starts after the opening jury break this morning, we'll see the highest scoring German partnership from yesterday. But at the moment, I think we will see Germany gold, Germany silver in these very early stages, and yes we do. There we go at E78.649, at H79.730, at C76.216, at M76.486, and at B75.405. So it is a final score of 77.297% for Antonia Roff there with Daily Pleasure. Good test there to put herself in control with this pony individual championship. Beautiful start on a beautiful day. Great dressage here on this Friday morning.
Here is Sir Maximus, Welsh Warrior, presented by Rosa Salo, Finland.
Finland going to take us in to the break. Finland first rider. They did have a team. This is Rosa Salo. She was the best ranked of the Finnish 4. Finland finished in 8th place in the team competition. Rosa Salo, Sir Maximus, Welsh Warrior, as the bell goes to open the gate and get this partnership underway. Scored 68.057 in the team test, this 13-year-old young lady. Again, this European Championships for Rusa marks the start of her international competition. Just wants to watch that she keeps the contact perhaps a little steadier through the half pass. Just affects the balance. Could have been a bit more engaged through the medium trot that followed. Just a little bit hurried in the extended trot. Now coming down through the transitions into the walk. Just losing the bend a little bit in the pirouette and the walk, and just wants to relax a little bit more. Could show just a little bit more lengthening in that extended walk. To get things a little bit more uphill. Not bad through the change though. Now this final serpentine loop. Got a little bit flat through the medium canter. The simple change that followed also was just a little bit crooked, wasn't quite straight. Maybe looking for a little bit more ground cover there. She comes down to finish things off. Just a little bit hurried on that centre line. Well done, Rusasalu for Finland. First of their riders with Sir Maximus Welsh Warrior wrapping things up and taking us into the break. So we'll just wait for the score to come through. Any moment now. Remember the leading score, that 77.297. This was averaging at around about 66.5%, I would suggest. Maybe a little bit higher. I would think they might just get 67 if they're very lucky. Just wait for those final marks to come through from the judges, and then we'll get back underway. 27 minutes past the hour. Easier to put it that way, because then I don't have to concern myself with which time zone you're watching in. 27 minutes past the hour. It's now 10 past the hour. So for Finland, Rusasalu, the score is there. 69.054 at E, 68.243 at H, 66.486 at C, 67.973 at M, and 69.324 at B. So 66.716. It is into 6th place as it stands. So well done to her, and we will look forward to seeing more very soon. There's the order as it stands. Germany 1-2, Belgium in 3. It is Antonio Roth that has set the early standard and is in the gold medal position on a score of 77.297%. Here at the European Championship for Dressage Ponies in 2020 here in Hungary. We've got so much more to come. It's a long way to go and a tough competition ahead with lots of excellence of dressage to enjoy. Please go nowhere, and I'll see you and speak to you again very shortly.
So far, Tatiana Bierisnov. Now we go into the break, 15 minutes, 10:27, the next starting time.
Take it step by step. I can see it
ladies and gentlemen, before we continue the FEI Ponies individual test, I would like to remind you that to protect yourself, others and our beautiful sport.
Welcome back. We're here in Hungary. We're here for the FEI Youth European Championships of Dressage for 2020. This FEI Pony individual competition now well underway, with the opening combinations having finished in the first session of what is 3 sessions here on the first day of 2. It is currently Antonia Roth that leads, 77.297%, the best of the scores coming very early on Daily Pleasure, ahead of Rose Oatley and Danny Moon for Germany, 1-2 at the moment, 76.649. And Belgium's Britt van der Rie sits in the bronze, 71.568%. But we will see how things begin to evolve as we get back underway. The team just moving out there to open the in-gate as the bell sounds. To start things off here, the next to come forward for the Czech Republic. Their team finishing in 10th place in the team competition over the previous days. This is Anna Prochakova riding Nice Guy. 14 years of age. This by FS Champion Deluxe out of a Dornick B mare. Solid start, just needs to show a little bit more cadence in places, just losing that. And for instance in the medium trot as well, they just found themselves to be a little bit hurried. Need to make sure that they're showing a clear difference between the medium and the collected. Just finishing there with the shoulder in left, just wants a little bit more angle. Lost the rhythm there in the pirouette, got a little bit stuck behind. The medium walk looked nice after that, through to the transition here into the extended walk. coming there through that medium canter. Just need a little bit more lengthening. Solid test so far, looking at the marks, 6.9s, keeping them up in the high 67% area. Such a key movement, that one. Just wanted to be a little bit more collected. And wrapping things up, maybe want a little bit more lengthening. They were running a little bit down that medium trot element of the line and quite abrupt to the halt. But nevertheless, as you can see, heading over 67% with that score. Should see them move into the top 6, I would have thought, for Anna Proshakova and Nice Guy, the first out after the break to get us back underway. And that's the first that we see today for the Czech Republic. She scored 67.6 yesterday in the team, and today at E 67.973, at H 66.081, at C 68.243, at M 67.297, and at B 68.378. So it's a total of 67.594%, and it does indeed go into 6th place at the moment. Well done to Anna Proshakova there, and Nice Guy. So top 6 as it stands. Of course, we'll bring you live coverage here of the second half, because this individual test and championship split over 2 days. We'll bring you live coverage again tomorrow, the second half, and then moving on into Sunday, we also have the freestyle for those freestyle individual medals as well. So lots to look forward to in this culminating week here in Hungary, the third week. Now, we've seen one rider already for Finland. That was Rosa Salo, scoring 66.716 a little earlier. Finland, as I mentioned at that point, finished in 8th place in the team competition. Their next rider, again a counting score within the team, was Ratta Mantella, riding Hillside Arwen, coming forward now. Wants to watch the contact, just getting a little bit unsteady through the shoulder in, and the circles. Try to be a little bit more fluent in this second half pass than they were in the first. Again, just lacking that fluency. Just again, it goes back to the contact, just not as steady as it needs to be. just lost the bend and just in the pirouette, just going a little bit above the bit. You could see there, just needed to maintain the contact at the end, and the medium walk just needs a little bit more activity. Again, contact is, I believe, the issue. Just try and steady that contact up a little. Just wanted to stretch a little bit clearer, a bit more overstep needed in the extended walk. Now down this centre line, so key. Just want to try and improve this next simple change from the last, which was very much against the hand where the pony came above the bit. Just need to watch the balance, make sure things are a little bit more collected coming into the change. Again, finding those issues with the pony just coming back against the contact and just coming above the bit. So, just that real issue there for Rupp that quite simply was just at points throughout the test, the contact just causing them a few issues, pony getting a little bit above the bit, but nevertheless heading to around about 64.5% as we just wait for the marks to come through. That's the second of the riders for Finland, and as I say, they put in a fine performance in the team to put themselves well inside that top 10 of 11 teams. So here is the score at E 63.243, at H 65.405, at C 64.595, at M 65.946, and at B 63.378. So 64.513% there for the second of the riders out for Finland. We're going to move on because it's going to be the turn of Germany next to go. Having already seen two of the four that competed in that gold medal winning team for Germany, as I said as well, 4 German riders covered the top 5 places within the individual rankings in that team competition. This, though, is the only partnership that broke the 80% barrier by all of the partnerships that came forward. They were the best in terms of their individual score in that team competition. They scored 80.057%. It is Lucy Anouk Bongertel for Germany, riding Zincu Nasdaq FH. Lucy, who has a fabulous record in Europeans. She has, of course, done so well in the past. In 2018 she was on the team that took gold, as in 2017 she took individual gold as well as team gold in the Ponies, as she did in 2016 as well, out in Wilhelmshaven in Denmark. So this partnership now looking to repeat that performance. What can they do in 2020? It's been a relatively new ride for her, the one that she started with over these past few months. It's only a 9-year-old. Again, looks to be an absolutely brilliant start from this pairing. Very active, very fluent through the half pass. Coming now beautifully square as well at the halt. Look nice, powered up really well back into the collected trot. Very supple. They've just got such fabulous balance together. She took the risk she needed in that extended trot. Lovely on the transition down, and now just looking towards the pirouette. Which looked as good as I've seen. Beautiful extended walk coming out then into the medium walk with a nice transition up into the canter. It's an uphill, really good through the serpentines. You can see the marks keeping her well up over 80% at the moment, 81%. Consistent scores. Very nice on the turn through that circle. Comes to the simple change, which again looks absolutely spot on. Beautiful in every way. Heading down the centre line to set quite some standard here in this FEI Pony European Individual Championship. That is going to be the target, without question, for all of those to follow. And that was quite some performance. Is it a gold medal winning performance? We've got a little way to go to find out, but I have a feeling that will, well, we'll see. Sport is, if anything, unpredictable. But there were no mistakes, and there was excellence throughout that test for Lucy Anuk Bungartel and Zink and Nasdaq FH. What a partnership. Part of the team that took gold with the highest score of anybody in the team competition, and I think they've got the ball rolling here today with the highest mark of anybody. She was certainly the favourite after that showing in the teams, and here it is. Wow! At E 81.622, at H 85.270, at C 81.757, at M 80.946, and at B 82.162. It is a final score of 82.351%. That is a scintillating standard. Absolutely brilliant from the young German jockey that has certainly put herself very much in control. And therefore, will she walk up to the top of the podium again when we get to the end tomorrow lunchtime? You would be hard-pressed to bet against her. That was excellence. But, there are some very strong partnerships left within the draw. Whether they can top that, we will wait to see. It's left quite a gap between gold and silver at the moment. But what we should also remind ourselves is, at the moment, Germany are gold, silver and bronze. Luciana Bungartel, Antonia Roff and Rose Oatley. 82.351, 77.297 and 76.649. So we will wait to see. There is, of course, another member of that very strong quartet from Germany to go. We also have some very strong pairings to come from Denmark and the Netherlands. So let's wait to see how things begin to change, or twists and turns. I do like twists and turns in sport. Even in dressage, you never quite know, but that's going to be hard to beat, let's be honest. Right, moving on to Austria now. The Austrian team finishing in 5th place with a very respectable team showing from their 4 riders in the team competition, just pipped to 4th by Belgium, but in 5th. And this was Feliciter Sibenik riding Chantre 31. Counting score, she finished 12th individually within the team ranking. 72.086 was her score within that. So again, another very strong contender, and certainly will be one eyeing going through to that freestyle on Sunday. Again, a little bit unsteady in the contact in the half passes. Just needed to keep that flexion a little bit more steady now. Of course, coming across in this medium trot into the circle that follows. Very nice halt. Perhaps could have been a bit more collected in the initial walk element, certainly through the pirouette, but just want to make sure they keep that contact nice and steady. Just finishing there through the extended walk movements. Again, could have shown a little bit more stretching. Changed in that. They did change. Just change leg in the counter canter, which of course will have affected their mark in the opening part of that. You can see 4 on the mark screen there. That would have been a straight 4 across the board. It would have also inevitably had an impact on the mark that followed with the simple change as well, because they'd have come out on the wrong canter lead. Showing a little bit of tension in places. A little bit tense. Just gets a bit short in the neck from time to time. They just want to try and allow the pony just to relax a little bit more. Still over 70% as they come to the centre line to finish. And finishing off they do. So there we have Pilisjászfalu and Chartres 31 wrapping things up. Combination there for Austria. We'll see where that puts them, but they were looking like they were going to score 70, maybe get to 71%, depending on those final marks. Of course, the collective mark, which is double collective, is awarded as one single mark in these tests, looking at the rider's position and seat correctness and effect of the aids. So it is just that one unseen mark given by the judges, but it does count for 2. So hopefully we'll see the score. I think it's coming our way any moment now at E71.486, at H70.541, at C71.622, at M70.405, and at B70.811. It is therefore a final total percentage score of 70.973, 70.973 there for Pilisjászfalu and Chartres 31. So we will move on in a moment to a rider who is competing here on home soil, because it is going to be for Hungary. Competing here as an individual, Hungary without a team within the team competition yesterday, but nevertheless still with individual representation, and they did very well because they finished inside the top 30. They finished on a score of 67.429%. It is Kira Malana Major, and Vida is the pony. So what can she do? There's the team watching on. There's a huge amount of support here today. Everyone though stays within their own bubbles, so of course you've got the Hungarian team here in their own bubble, but they don't mix with the teams from the other countries because of of course, nevertheless, as much as we're enjoying sport, we're enjoying as safe a sport as we can here in Hungary. Partnership in terms of the pony and the rider got together this year. They've had one international outing in Maranagok earlier in the season. It's a former ride of a Dutch rider called Carmen van Delden. But this is Kira, Marna Mejar and Davida. Wants to make sure they show enough bend, don't let the pony hurry too much. Just a bit hurried again through that shoulder in movement, just a little bit tilted. Coming then into this halt reinback movement where they proceed out in the collected trot. Perhaps wasn't as fluent on the clear on the way out as it needed to be. Some hesitation into the trot. They lost their balance a little bit through the extended trot. Through these serpentine movements, holding around 67%, just to get a little bit more activity in there, a little bit more jump into the canter, especially in the transitions. It's just a little bit of tension in the odd place. quarters just going out a little bit more. They're very early on the original change. You need to make sure they meet those markers in exactly the right place, especially here with these double collectives. Just getting a little bit above the bit in places as well there as they just tense up a little in the changes. Need to maintain that contact. A little bit hurried on the centre line to finish, but finishing off and wrapping things up there. Heading well over 67%, as you can see from the current scores, should be top 10. And that was Kira Manana Major riding Davida. Combination riding here on home soil for Hungary. So plenty of support around this fabulous arena for that partnership. Really, really nice to see them in action. She looks quite happy. She's relaxed. She'll be glad that's over with in so many ways. We'll have a mark coming through any moment now as well to be able to give you that. So, but we can see heading around 67.5, something in that region, depending on the final marks as they land. You can see the amazing facilities over there with the great exercising and warm-up facilities. Here they are at E 68.514, at H 66.351, at C 66.622, at M 67.432, and at B 69.054. So very good score for her, 67.595%. To currently go into 8th place. 14 of the 51 that will eventually come forward have now competed, and leading the way though still it is Germany's Lisi Anuk Bungaratl and Zink Nasdaq FH, 82.351%. Well, next to go is a combination for the Netherlands. The first of the Dutch riders we see here today is Gilles Bogados, riding first Hummer. Dutch team took the bronze medal in the team competition, and this combination counting score 73.6 in the team test. They were the 8th they were 8th individually ranked within the team competition. Second highest of the team riders for the Netherlands. Jill is competing at her first Youth European Championship. Bell goes to say we can get underway with first Hummer. Had the ride on this pony for the last couple of years, 2019 and through 2020. Her highest mark in the pony individual test with this pony was back in February of this year, before the pause in competition in Leer, where she scored 70.361%. But as we've seen over these European Championships, and you would expect in so many ways they work towards it, the number of personal best scores have been quite remarkable. Solid enough start. Just maybe need to be careful they're not tilting a little bit on the turn. Just keep that bend, steady the angle. Looked square enough from this angle. Of course, the judges have a different angle, so can never be 100% sure, but it did look good. Solid work through the extended trot, now down through the transition into this walk. Just a little bit wide behind. Started quite big in that pirouette. Maybe would have wanted to show a little bit more lengthening going through the transition into the extended walk. Got a little bit crooked on the simple change in the middle there, and just needing to show fraction more jump in the canter itself. Just get a little bit more self-carriage. Need to watch now with these next set of simple changes that they don't let that trot into the canter that we saw a moment ago happen again. These are the ones where, of course, they're double collective marks, so vitally important. Nice. Consistent scoring at the moment, keeping around that fourth position. Coming down the centre line then. Again, seeing 7.6, 7 point, well, all sort of plus 7.5s really recently, and although one drops a little there. To the end for Jill Boggers, and first Hummer. Looked to be a nice halt to finish things off as well. So well done to the combination there for the Netherlands. Not quite sure, well, it won't be enough, I don't think, to dislodge those three that are currently on the podium, but could certainly put themselves into that sort of best of the rest category at the moment. Just looking for the scores to come through to get that confirmed. They were heading around the 74% mark. Looking nice and relaxed as they head out.
And here are the scores at E75.
So this is Jill Boggers first Hummer at E75.405, at H74.189, at C72.568, at M 75.946, and at B 72.973. Total percentage score for the rider for the Netherlands there, 74.216, and it is into fourth place as it stands then for that partnership. So well done to the first of those riders for the Netherlands. Nothing changes though at the very, very top. Meanwhile, we move on. And it's the turn of Ireland now, the first of the Irish quartet. Team Ireland finished in 7th place in the team result. They were just behind Poland, kept themselves ahead of Finland with their performances. This is Oscar O'Connor riding Top Hero 2, was one of the counting scores within the team competition over the last couple of days. This young man, only 12 years of age, and performing in his first European Youth Championships. Rode this pony well in his first international outing in early part of the year. When was that? Back in March in Kiso. Been a fabulous system in Ireland in recent years to really encourage the young jockeys to come through. This young man back in 2018 won the National Dressage Championship in the novice category, having won one of those Trailblazer classes at the National Winter Finals earlier that year. Those Trailblazer classes which were introduced in 2016 by Joe Reynolds, the then chairman of Dressage Ireland, which gave those fabulous opportunities to some of the young riders across the island of Ireland. Just looking at the test so far, just needs to show a little bit more south carriage in places. Just get a little bit more collection and balance. Still averaging around the 67 mark at the moment. Lost the balance a little bit in the pirouette. Need to be careful in the extended walk that just maybe create a little bit more activity, don't lose the contact completely. Changed leg, didn't they, in the first of the Serpentines, when they were on the wrong canter lead going off in on the simple change, sorry, which of course has inevitably had an impact. You can see the scores now just coming through. Need to be careful with this next one then, don't get a little bit on the forehand. make sure they keep that collection. Down the centre line we come. Collected medium. Collected to the halt. It looks to be square at the end as well there. So Oscar O'Connor and Top Hero 2.
Top Hero Ireland.
Oh, it's great to see the emotion on their faces when they're finished, and you can see he's a happy chappy that certainly loves his pony and will be pleased with his performance. So let's see the score at E65.405, at H 66.622, at C 68.378, at M 66.622, and at B 67.027. It's 66.811, 66.811 here in the individual test, and that is quite an improvement. It's a good couple of percent up on his previous international outing with this pony back in the early part of the year, so putting in a personal best score there in the pony individual test is Oscar O'Connor and Top Hero 2. More to come from Ireland a little later. 2 more to go, in fact, before we take the second of the 2 judges' breaks in this first day of competition for the pony individual title. We got one from Belgium and one from Spain to take us up to that break, but I think we'll find ourselves just a minute or 3 ahead of where we need to be, so there is just a short pause. Still, DC Anouk Baumgürtel leads the way. Zinc Nasdaq FH in the gold, 82.351. Antonia Roth, Daily Pleasure, 77.297 in the silver, and Rose Oatley, Daddy Moon in the bronze at the moment, 76.649. Germany 1, 2 and 3. See just over to the right, the next one is almost ready to come and join us. It'll be Liesel Evras riding for Belgium. Belgium, as I mentioned, finished in 4th place in the team competition. She was the discard score, but still scored over 70% in what is her second European Pony Championships, having ridden in Poland in Stockholm last year. Same ride 12 months on. It is FS Capelli de Nero. So Belgium's next to go. This is by FS Champion Deluxe out of a FS Don't Worry mare. Partnership with plenty of experience together. They've had a international outing since the pause in competition this year. That was in Belgium in July, where they scored over 70% in the pony individual test, which was their best score to date. So their personal best in this test, 70.856%. Which, if they can repeat it, puts them in 7th place. We'll wait to see. Just needs to be careful that they keep the contact a little bit steadier. Nice half pass to the right though. And again showing consistency with that second half pass. Tensed up a little bit through the rein back, got a little bit short in the neck. Again, just want to make sure they keep a nice clear rhythm in the walk. Could be a little bit more relaxed in the shoulders, but the extended walk does look strong. Yeah, the extended walk 7.9. Need to watch they don't let the canter get a little bit tense. This second serpentine actually looking a little bit better than the first. Oh, they got that change there, which is just not clear really. It all went a little bit awry, unfortunately. They've done their best to fix things and save things, but would have hit, yeah, you can see the medium canter mark down at 4, unfortunately, there for Liesl. And the simple change that followed it will also be affected as well, 6.4. So now just keeping the composure, working through. Need to just give themselves enough time in the walk, but that second change looking stronger than the first. Towards the finish they come. Just shy of 70%. Whether they'll just find enough marks at the end, we will wait to see. Liesl Leveraz and FS Capelli de Nero there, the second of the riders for Belgium, looking to try and break that 70% marker with that test, and they're getting awfully close, 69.6 as it stands, but we will wait to see what the final mark is in a moment. So Second of the Belgian riders that we've seen in the individual competition so far. Just waiting now for the judges to firm things up. And then we can give you the score. It was just a shame, really, they had that one mistake, because, of course, that really will have dragged their score down. And they sort of that simple change of leg where they ended up breaking then in the counter-canter, didn't they? And here comes the score. At E, 67.297. At H, 68.649. At C, 69.324. At M, 70.541. And at B, 72.432. So, there we have it. 69.649. 69.649. For FS Capelli de Nero and Les Oliveres to go inside the top 7th. They are now in 7th place overall. So nicely done.
And next we see
I'm sure if it wouldn't have been for that tiny little error, they would have broken the 70% mark. But still puts them nicely positioned at the moment. They're in 7th place. One more to go before the next of the judges' breaks, and it'll be Spain that join us. Spain with individual only riding. No team. One of a couple of individuals that we get to see for Spain, though. This is Sofia del Olmobach riding Sophinhoff's Maroon. She rode at the Pony European Championships in Stratcom in Poland last year on this pony. Hasn't, as far as I'm aware, competed on an international level since those Europeans last year. She scored 68.676 in the individual test 12 months ago, which is, by my understanding, the personal best in this test. Just wants to just watch they're not hurrying a little bit. Now coming to the halt. Need to make sure they keep things a little bit more collected in places in the walk. going on into the canter. Look rather nice in terms of the transition. Unfortunately, we're on the wrong canter lead at X, so you can see that hurt their score and that followed because of what going off on the wrong lead. No canter. Couple of steps of trot in that last change. Just need to relax the walk. Heading over 65% at the moment, though, as they head for the centre line to wrap things up here. Sofia del Almora back and Sofinshoff's Maroon. Nice big applause, and so there should be, as we look forward to just getting a little spooked at the end. So over 66%, I believe. There's always a little bit of fluctuation when we lose it from the screen before the result comes up. You can see it's constantly evolving, sometimes up, sometimes down. Heading around 66.3, I think. Keeping the scores moving through for a little while there. Just another judge, I think, to confirm. Before we can give you the score for this Spanish combination, competing, as I said, individually throughout the course of these European Championships. Here's the mark at E66.892, at H65, at C66.081, at M66.216, and at B67.703. So it is a final percentage score of 66.378 and goes into 14th place at the moment. So that was Sofia de Almabach and Sofinshoff Maroon taking us into the break, and leading at the moment Lucy Anuk Mongertl for Germany. Antonia Roff and Rose Oatley in silver and bronze. It's Germany in control at the moment. 82.351 leads the way. We have our next pony due down the centre line at 54 minutes past the hour. As I say, always easier to use that than tell you how many minutes or times, depending where you are around the world. So, fabulous. Well done there to all that have taken part. One more session to go here on day 1 of 2. There's the order on the screen as we take a pause.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting the last group of riders for today, the first half of the FEI Ponies individual test. The jury is seated and the next horse is on his way. And here we see Ashen Dewdrop, presented by Laila Schmidt, Switzerland.
And welcome back here to Hungary, to the FEI Youth Dressage European Championships of 2020. This, the FEI Pony Individual Competition, which so far we've enjoyed the opening couple of sessions on this first day of two, split over 2 days. So leading at the moment, Germany first, second and third, with the top score being 82.351% for Lucy Anuk Bungartul. And this, to get us underway, is Laila Schmidt riding here for Switzerland. She rides as an individual, Switzerland without an actual team. 14 years of age, riding Ashen Dewdrop. Just having a little look back at yesterday, they scored 69.828 in the team test. As I say, competing individually. Getting underway with a strong start, this combination. Need to watch the balance in the half pass, just allow things to be a little bit more fluid. The second one's certainly better than the first. Again, want to watch the balance on those shoulder movements. Now, just stepping back through that rein back. Of course, they go off immediately into the collector trot. Just maybe a little bit hurried on the rein back, but now floating through the extended trot, which looked nice. A little bit more suppleness, a little bit more activity in the medium walk. now into these serpentines. Just need to keep the canter uphill enough. Coming down the centre line to wrap things up. Heading over 70% looking at the scores as well, so should be very happy. Top 6, it looks like as it stands, as they halt there to finish things off. Perhaps a little bit wide, but I thought it was a nice finish down that line of the medium trot collector trot for Lady Schmidt. So that was good. And we'll just wait to see what their final score is now. Some strong partnerships coming our way in this final section on day 1 of 2 for the individual title. And then, of course, it'll all get decided over the course of tomorrow morning with the final combinations coming forward. Here we go at E70.676, at H71.486, at C72.97, at M70.541, at B72.703, all over 70%, and a mark there of 71.541 for the Swiss International Leila Schmidt and Ash and Dewdrop. Will it be enough to see them through and into Sunday's freestyle? We will, of course, have to wait and see. Well, we move on to a partnership that could potentially have something to say about the current top 3. As joining us next, it is for the Netherlands, Lara van Eck, riding here with Babens Despino NRW. This is a partnership that in the Dutch team scored the highest mark across the 4 riders in the team test, 75.314, and positioned her in 6th place. So outside of the 4 riders for Germany and the Danish combination of Sofia Olga Jorgensen, this young lady was the best of the rest. She put in a fine performance for her team score. We'll now see what she can do in terms of individual performance. She's got plenty of experience at this level. In Youth Europeans, in the children's division, she's taken individual gold in team gold in 2018. She took individual silver and team silver in 2019. And now here in the pony section, riding here with Bowman's Testapino. Very nice start. It's going to need to be oh so accurate. Doesn't want to hurry too much in the half passes. I think her best pony individual test score came in Aachen last year in late November, beginning of December, when she scored 71.2. But big strides since then. Although swaying a little bit there in the shoulder in. Fortunately lost the rhythm quite a lot in that pirouette and got a little bit stuck, and I think that'll be quite costly. Wait to see the mark come through in a moment, but felt the transition through and after worked nicely. It's a shame for that one small moment, and a very, very nice extended walk. Yeah, 8.1 for the extended walk. Good average of marks, high 7s, 7.9 you can see there for the simple change a moment ago. Need to get 76,649 or higher as she's to push herself up into the top 3 at the moment. She's slowly closing in on that. Needs a very, very strong finish though. Centre line looked nice. As they finish things off, but will it be enough to push them into the top 3? As those final marks come in, it's going up a little more, but it does need to go up probably another percentage to be able to get themselves up there in the top 3. I'd still put her in very strong very, very strong position going forward, and of course looking to head to the freestyle. And it also looks like a personal best without question for this partnership in the pony individual test, which is a fabulous moment for them. Really lays a marker. They've performed brilliantly yesterday in the team. Well, 76 exactly. There's the scores at E, 73.243, at H, 78.243. That was in the top three. At C, 75.676, at M, 77.568. That judge at M had them second. And at B, 75.270. So 76 exactly for Lara, showing you just how close things are. She goes into 4th place there for the Netherlands. So very, very well done. Good performance. Moving on. Moving forward and moving to Italy for the next to go. Edoardo Zaza riding here with Declan Lord is the next out in front of the judges. As I said when we saw the Italian combination a little earlier, difficult for Italy within the team. Things not quite going to plan, so finishing in 11th place. So he gets underway. 13 years of age, this young man. One international recorded outing prior to coming to the European Championships, and that was in Arezzo back in June this year. In the individual test that day, scoring 66.622%. So, seen an awful lot of PBs, personal bests so far, and wonder if we'll get another one. Really stepping up the game, as you would expect, at this European Championship level. Just to keep watching that contact every now and then, just to allow the balance to stay. Just wanted things a little bit more uphill through that extended trot movement, and got a little spooky then in the transition, a little bit tense. Unfortunately, losing the rhythm in the medium walk transition will have been costly, and then the extended walk as well, finding that difficult. Just tension, jogging in the spot, just unfortunate for them. He's doing what he can to just try and work through things, and then just trotting a little bit there in the medium walk and trotting into the canter rather than just going from the walk to the canter. Just to get the pony a bit off the forehand. important moves as ever at this moment. Just a little early on that first change, going through the circle, then coming again to the second simple change on this centre line. Just needed a few more walk steps there. It wasn't really clear in the walk. Difficult, but it's about building experience. It's about taking your opportunities, and it's about learning from them. And that partnership will learn every time they get a chance to come in to a setting like this, a championship environment, with the judges, of course, judging equally and fairly across all of the levels that they get to see, and differing nations coming forward with differing experiences within their partnerships, but that is one that can build from there. So E 62.027, H 60.405, C 56.757, M 58.784, and B 57.027. It's an exact score of 59% there. The young man from Italy, 59.000, Eduardo Zara Decline Lord. 5 more partnerships to go on day 1, and then we'll look ahead to day 2. Got Ireland, Switzerland, Finland, France, and Poland still to come today. Ireland, who were in 7th place in the team competition. Interestingly, their 2 best percentage scores yesterday from their riders was, well, their scores were identical, 67.657, both being tied in equal 24th within the individual ranking in the team. So this is one of those riders. It's Rachel Carr here with Cavaldor's May Blossom. These Irish riders, young Irish jockeys, getting some fabulous opportunity to really pick up mileage and experience. There's another in their first European Championships in the Ponies. Has had international experience throughout last year, going to Belgium, France and Germany as part of Irish pony teams. This year started off in Kiso back in March, where they scored 65.180 in the pony individual. Just looking back as well, I think Compiègne last year in France was their best individual score in this test. 67.252 is the PB to beat. Lost the rhythm a little bit at the start there, just getting a bit above the bit and against the hand in places. Watch they don't get a little bit too short in the neck in places, tilting through the circle. lost the rhythm a little bit going across the diagonal and lost that balance in the extended trot. Yeah, 5.7, just you could see how that reflects. Finished maybe a bit big with the pirouette, just wanted a little bit more collection in there and just trying to keep things a little bit straighter in that medium walk that follows. Needed a little bit more overstep and ground cover in the extended walk. Nice through the transition that followed. Watch the contact, keep things nice and collected. Need a little bit more, I think suppleness is the right way to put it, to allow that walk to just be a bit clearer in those simple changes. Nice extended canter, good transition. Now down the centre line. Well done to Rachel Carr. Well done to Calvador May Blossom, the second of the partnerships individually for Ireland, as we wait to see what their score eventually turns into. So
and here are the scores for this,
here is the score. E67027 at H67.432, at C66.351, at M67.703, and at B67.432. It's a very, very good performance there for the Irish partnership. 67.189, which, when you compare that back to their score at the early part of the year, that's a couple of percent higher from their outing at Kiso in March, so showing big improvement. And even if you compare it to the best mark that pairing have performed was 67.252. They're very close to their PB, but to do that in a European Championship environment shows a very mature head on those shoulders and a partnership that worked at it together. So well done to Rachel and to Calvador's May Blossom. We go to Switzerland, and a second from Switzerland, having seen Leila Schmidt. This is Robin Graf. Of course, as I said then, Switzerland, though, just with the two individual riders not figuring in the team. But Robin certainly put in a fine showing, scoring 72% in the team test, putting herself in 13th within the individual standings. So is certainly on target to perhaps be one of those that moves forward and into the freestyle here on Sunday, depending on how this goes. Rode at the Europeans in Stockholm in the Ponies on this pony 12 months ago. Last year in this individual test they scored 71.676 and did qualify themselves for the freestyle, where they finished in 12th position. Believe, until I'm corrected as well, that score at the Europeans last year in the individual test is their PB for this test. A little bit of a difficult start, having watched. It's just hurrying in the odd place you've noticed through the half passes. Just needs to calm things down, create that cadence. Coming now to the rein-back, and then moving off into the trot. Again, just a little bit hurried in the extended trot. Now through the pirouettes. Didn't look too bad at all. Maybe could have been a bit more active, but then in the medium walk that followed, of course, that's the important element, that walk from the transition at sea to the transition of the extended walk, because that's where they mark the double collection, or double collective mark. Again, showing nice paces in the extended walk as well, which is also a double collective mark. Squeezing herself into the top 10 at the moment, just over 70%. Now to these serpentine lines. Could have just made the loops a little bit more equal in the serpentines, but not too bad through the medium canter. Just a bit difficult there in that simple change. They were on the wrong lead. Double collective mark as well, so costly. Skipping down the centre line though to wrap things up. Looked a nice finish. Pushing their score back up towards 69% is Robin Graaf there, and Dallas 51. Just that one little error in the simple change late on where they went onto the wrong canter lead. Outside of that, pretty consistent throughout. That little error may though stop them breaking the 70% barrier, which of course they would have loved to have done. But last year, 69.730, they're going to be there or thereabouts, in fact just shy, and it'll be down to that error that stops them maybe getting that personal best. E 68.649, H 67.568, C 70.270, at M 68.649, and at B 70.946. So it is 69.216, the final score. So well done there to Robin Graaf and to Dallas, the Swiss partnership. Still, it is Germany, gold, silver, bronze. Lucy Anouk Bongartel ahead of Antonia Roff and Rose Oatley. Behind them, Lara van Eck and Jill Burgers for the Netherlands sit in 4th and 5th. And then it's Britt van der Weyer for Belgium in 6th position. 3 to go left, well, 3 more to go today, but we are just a moment or two ahead before we see the next one come forward. Quite rightly, they want to use their time as accurately as possible in their working in procedure before they come in to join us. It'll be the third, if I've got my maths right, of the riders from Finland. Finnish team that really did impress to finish in 8th place in the team competition. And there they are on the side of the arena. It is Matilda Pisa riding here with Vashhoz Kashi. Again, relatively new, or relatively little I should say, international experience. She rode the pony in the international competition in Ponies in May of last year. That, of course, in Finland. And she rode in the pony individual day competition that day, scoring 66.351. Pony does have good experience. Former ride of Danish pony international rider Marie Amelie Müller. But this is 14-year-old Matilda Pispa for Finland. Just need to watch their contract. It's a little unsteady. It does keep causing them a few issues. It will constantly affect their abilities on their marks. Just gets a little resistant every once in a while. A little untidy in the rein back, unfortunately. Just got very deep on her. Just losing the balance as well a little in the pirouette, lost the rhythm there. Well, they changed leg on the first of those loops. Of course, then it meant that the change as well was not from the correct lead. Again, just having that changing of the leg issue in the previous counter. Hoping just to get these ones right, coming down the centre line. Could have maybe taken a little bit more risk as well, but it wasn't too bad in the extended canter. Strengthened up the test towards the end here. Hopefully we'll finish strongly down this centre line as well. It's another that will just be building on these moments in the arena going forward. It's a valuable experience, and they've done themselves very proud. Not easy. Certainly, when you compare the differing levels of international experience that some of these riders have in differing nations versus others, there is a there is a disparity, and they learn as they go. Matilda Pisma at E 63.514, at H 63.243, at C 63.784. At M 62.432 and at B 64.324. So, well done. 63.459 is the final score there for Matilda and for Vasthoskashi for Finland. 2 to go on day 1 of the pony individual competition here in Hungary. These Youth European Championships for 2020. It's been an unbelievable 3 weeks, and there's still 2 days to go, 2 days to enjoy. Of course, the crowning moment tomorrow for the individuals, and then Sunday we will enjoy the team. Sorry, what am I about? The freestyle competition. I'll start again. But no, lots to look forward to. The dressage standard has been quite phenomenal. Really, really enjoyable to watch. And it's a fabulous achievement by the organising committee here that these events have been able to take place despite the restrictions that are inevitably and are in place around Europe. But still, the best of Europe has managed to get here to compete for these titles. Well, this is France's turn. This is Cassandra Roxel riding undercover fast. She was the best from memory of the French riders in the team of the 4 when she competed yesterday. 15-year-old young lady riding this stallion. Had this ride since 2018. Best pony individual score is 67.883. That was in Le Mans earlier this year, in fact. Lost its bend a little bit on that second half pass. But steady and nice through the medium trot. Not always diagonal, I think, in that rein back. Nice extended trot to follow. Little bit big really there in the pirouette. Could have been a bit smaller. Needed to just show a little bit more suppleness and not quite hurry as much in the medium walk that followed. Could have perhaps overtracked a bit more, just trying to get them to relax in the back there in the extended walk. A little bit hurried through the medium canter. Unfortunately, it's sort of stopping there really, and standing still is not part of the movement, so that will hit them hard in that double collective. Yeah, 4.7. What a shame. Towards the end of the test they come. nice through that last set of movements with the extended canter through down and then of course into the trot. The medium trot looked nice as well, so wrapping things up, maybe not 100% square at the end, but finishing off Cassandra Ruxel and Undercover Fast, the combination there for France. There's really only that one major, well, I say major, but it turns into a major error because where they stood still in the change, of course it was on that double collective mark, so that will have affected them. But they were still heading to 66.8-ish% as we wait for the mark to come in. And it is 66.865. So at E, 67.027. At H, 67.973. At C, 68.108. M, 65 exactly. 66.216 to finish off at B. 66.865 puts them into 16th place individually there for Cassandra Ruxel for France, which leaves us one more to go today, and then we'll look forward with great excitement to tomorrow. Taking us to the halfway point will be Poland and Weronika Lewandowska. Where is she? There she is, over there, just coming in.
One more competitor for today.
And riding here with Hovers Kazmir, the last to go. So be fascinating to see how things finish up with this pony. Again, another pair that have had little international experience, short of an outing in August here in Hungary. In fact, it was at this venue back in, when was that? Right at the beginning of the month, before the Europeans got underway. They rode in the pony individual test, scoring 68.378% on that occasion, which was a good warm-up for them, I'm guessing, for this 14-year-old Polish jockey. So we'll enjoy one final test on the first of 2 days of competition for the pony individual title of 2020. The leading score is still that of Germany, 82.351 of Lucy Anouk Brungurtl. Just wants a little bit more south carriage. Just again, keep things a little bit steadier in the contact. Show a little bit more bending through the half pass. Not quite square at the halt, just went a little bit against the hand in the rain back. Lost the bend a little bit in the pirouette, but the medium walks look good. Little flick. Just trotted a little bit there, which will of course cost them a little bit on mark. I thought the first serpentine worked quite nicely. Get a nice second serpentine with the counter-canter. Bit short in the neck as they go through the medium canter. Unfortunately, that opening collected canter with a simple change just had that long hesitation where the pony went above the bit, had those tense steps, but outside of that the second one looked maybe not as fluent as it needed to be, but certainly a little bit better. So to finish off, here they come down the centre line. They're heading towards 67.5% as a score as well. So big applause for Veronika Lenardowska and Hovers Kazmir as they wrap up to, in fact, wrap up the first half of this FEI Pony Individual Championship, this European title that is on offer. And as we reach the end of the first day and the halfway point, we'll look forward to the second half of these riders coming forward and the second day. We'll, of course, wait for the score, though, for this combination. Just refresh where we are at the end of the opening day. Just one more mark, I think, to come through from the judges. And then we've got it. So, at E, 66.622, at H, 67.568, at C, 68.514, at M, 69.595, and at B, 67.027. It is a final score of 67.865% and into 12th. Very, very well done for the Polish partnership there. But it means when we finish day one, there's the order. Have we seen the gold medal test? 82.351. We may well have done. Luciano Bartl leads for Germany. Antonia Roth in the silver position, ahead of Rose Oatley in the bronze position. It is gold, silver, bronze at the moment for Germany, but there is half of the riders still to come tomorrow. I'll have a special guest with me as well, taking you through, so we'll have extra insight on the final 2 days of dressage here from Hungary, from these FEI European Dressage Youth Championships in 2020. Fabulous day. We'll look forward to tomorrow. We'll be underway bright and early at 9 a.m. local time here tomorrow morning.
Long break, continuing tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a nice day.